Well, good mid-afternoon, Iowa. We are seeing some strong showers and thunderstorms developing in south central Iowa, south of Des Moines right now. We do have a tornado watch that's now in effect for portions of southwest Iowa. We're going to take a look at that. That does include the Council Bluffs area and areas to the south. This is for thunderstorms. Mid-afternoon, Iowa. Oops, excuse me. Seeing some strong showers and thunderstorms. There we go. Don't need to hear me twice. That tornado watch does extend into Nebraska. As you see, several thunderstorm warnings. There were tornado warnings earlier, but right now, no tornado warnings along that line developing. We do have some strong storms down here as well. Obviously, they don't look as strong from the Des Moines radar. If we flip over to Omaha, we'll get a better look at those. Seeing some new development there. Those will likely go severe as well. Now, the main concern right now for the state of Iowa, south central Iowa, is going to be large hail. These storms have a history of producing up to 1 3/4 inch hail. That's pretty large, and we're concerned about that hail in these quite elevated storms. We do have an update from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to pull that up here real quick if I can. And there it is. You should see it there on the map in a moment, if it's going to cooperate. Here we go. So this is the area right now that the Storm Prediction Center says there is a 95% chance that they're going to be issuing a severe thunderstorm watch. Let's take a look at what they have to say. Hopefully you can read that. I know it's small. Thunderstorms moving out of Missouri will pose a hail risk throughout the evening hours. It does remain favorable for some strong winds as well too, but right now it looks like we're going to see some isolated supercells and possibly some clusters. These are going to produce potentially intense updrafts that would lead to such a situation where large hail could develop, and has developed in northern Missouri, nearly 2 inches in diameter just south of the border. So they are preparing a severe thunderstorm watch that will likely extend right off of this tornado watch and include the rest of northern Missouri up towards the Iowa City area. Back off the screen for you as we switch back to just the radar. And you can see we do have some strong thunderstorms already developing in south central Iowa, right along I-35, from Lamoni stretching up further north towards Grand River and approaching Osceola. That is going to be one area of concern. We do have a pretty strong core in this storm northeast of Sheridan, heading south of Melcher, Dallas. That's in, I want to say Marion County? I believe it's Marion County. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. It's been a while since I've been to Knoxville. But that could be an area of concern for people living in Knoxville, Pella, as well as we move in deeper into the afternoon hours. So this is what we're watching right now. We expect that severe thunderstorm watch to pop up any minute now, likely including much of the southern third of the state of Iowa. And again, some strong winds possible, tornado threat very low. The main threat is going to be the large hail that has already been falling out of these storms. Again, we have a 1 1/4 inch report in just north of Bethany in Missouri. That was relayed via emergency management. We had a 1 3/4 inch hail report near Albany, Missouri. Public reporting that as well. So these storms do have a history, as elevated as they are, and all of the energy they're tapping into with that strong southerly wind. They are producing some pretty large hailstones that could be in excess of 2 inches in some worst case scenarios here in southern Iowa. So that's what we're going to be monitoring tonight. Now, some of these severe storms that are just about to cross into the area, these are moving east at 20 miles per hour. I'm not sure if I buy that. Let's check another one. Northeast at 25. So not the fastest moving storms. Obviously, if they are capable of producing hail, they could produce a large amount of it to fall as they're moving so slowly. So we're going to be watching this, as we do expect to see that watch pop up here later on this afternoon, probably within minutes. So we're going to continue to monitor that, as well as any warnings that are issued. You'll see them pop up here, and we'll provide updates as necessary. For now, we'll leave the radar up, and we will join you again as needed as the severe weather begins crossing into the state of Iowa. Well, good evening again. We do have our new severe thunderstorm watch now in effect. And go ahead and fix this radar for you. There we go. So here's our new severe thunderstorm watch now in effect for portions of south central Iowa. It does not include Des Moines, although you can see storms already moving through here rather quickly. Although none of these strong storms now taking shape in south central Iowa have a warning attached to them. As expected, this watch is going to run till 10 o'clock this evening. Primary threat again, large hail, isolated, very large hail, 2 inches in diameter, likely. Scattered damaging wind gusts also possible, up to 70 miles per hour. Again, this is for this line of strong to severe thunderstorms that has developed in Missouri and is now pushing into parts of Iowa, southern Iowa. We're going to go ahead and loop this for you. You can see the development. These are not considered to be prime candidates for tornadoes. These are elevated based storms. These are not surface based, so they're not really rooted into the energy and the heat at the surface, but they're elevated and they're getting to the very cold parts of the atmosphere, allowing hailstones to develop. And with the strong winds associated that we've seen all day and the strong winds associated with this storm system, it's bouncing those hailstones around and allowing them to get bigger and bigger before they come down from the thunderstorms. So we have had reports of 1 3/4 inch hail in northern Missouri, several reports of 1 inch to 1 1/4 inch hail as well. So these storms do have a history of producing large hail. It just remains to be seen if we will see that in fact happen here in Iowa. But a severe thunderstorm watch now in effect for much of southern Iowa, west, including Ottumwa and points west until 10 o'clock this evening. You can also see we do have a tornado watch also in effect until 9 o'clock for extreme southwest Iowa, Council Bluffs, and points to the south, as we expect additional development to the west to be moving through that area. No tornado warnings at this time. You can see Kansas City really taking the brunt of it right now, seeing large hail, 1 3/4, 1.5, several 1 3/4, I believe a 1 1/4 inch report there. So some very large hail that has fallen, likely associated with this cell just now pushing northeast of Kansas City, but still some very strong thunderstorms moving through the Kansas City area right now. Certainly something. Let's switch the radar here to get a better look at that. And there you can see, yeah, a very strong line of thunderstorms moving through the Kansas City area, stretching all the way up to the Iowa border. And this is where we expect to see some hail reports. In fact, we have received, without a warning, we have received a 1 inch hail report just southwest of Knoxville. Now, this is the area we were highlighting earlier. And we're not seeing a warning yet. Not sure the reasons why for that, but we do have a 1 inch. Pull that back up for you. A 1 inch hail report just you see here southwest of Knoxville from this cell. Part of the problem is because these storms are elevated, they're really kind of pulsing up and down, which is not exactly good, because it needs more energy to produce more severe weather. But again, this is elevated storms with a lot of wind, allowing those stones to bounce around in the higher parts of the atmosphere. And that is really aiding hail development in these elevated storms. Again, this is not a hail. Also, this storm not warned right now, just passing by Millerton, heading for Russell, Zero, and Melrose. This is one that bears watching as well for a possible hail core. So again, hail is going to be the primary threat with this severe thunderstorm watch in southern Iowa. Again, no warnings in effect, but we did just receive that hail report southwest of Knoxville. We're going to keep the radar up and take a break here and see what we can find in terms of additional information on this hail. But be sure to stick with us. Again, we'll keep the radar up, and if we have any new information, we'll be sure to pass it along to you. Nick Weig here with you again. We mentioned that there has not been a severe thunderstorm warning issued for any of these storms in Iowa yet. You see the severe thunderstorm watch now in effect until 10 o'clock this evening. We did receive this 1-inch hail report that you see here just southwest of Knoxville. Now, why wasn't there a warning? In fact, you see the storm that produced that hail has already essentially collapsed. So there is a reason why we don't see a severe thunderstorm warning now. But at this time, southwest of Knoxville, a short time ago, this cell was producing large hail. Now, that large hail may not have been detected by radar, but it was detected by somebody there. I'm going to show you here. This is from Jason at KCCI. He received this picture from Ashley James of large hail southwest of Knoxville. That's the 1-inch hailstone that prompted that report to the National Weather Service just about 10 minutes ago. So that is why we did not have a warning on this. It was citizen reported. It was reported to media, which relayed the photo and the report to the National Weather Service. So this is an official report of severe hail, but the storm that produced it clearly does not show signs of producing any more severe hail. And that's going to be the problem with these elevated storms. That may be why we see some hesitancy to issue some warnings tonight, because these storms are pulse storms. They become elevated, they gain intensity quickly, and then almost as quickly they kind of collapse on themselves. And it's when that collapse happens that a lot of hail can come down from the storm very quickly as it collapses. We're seeing that as well further to the south. And actually, there you go. There is our first severe thunderstorm warning of the evening. Let's go ahead and see if we can get this updated here. There it is. Our severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. You see the banner there at the bottom of the screen. We're going to go ahead and pull up the information for you here now. The severe thunderstorm warning does include Indianola. Severe thunderstorm warning is for Clark, Madison, and Warren County until 4:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorm was located near New Virginia, or 7 miles north of Osceola. This is moving to the north at 50 miles per hour. So this storm, if it maintains intensity, you see there how rapidly on the new scan it is moving to the north. You can see it is moving, could hit the Indianola area, graze Norwalk, and perhaps part of the Des Moines metro area if it is able to maintain its intensity through Warren and Polk counties. Let's see if we can put a tracker on this for you. And we're going to guess that the hail core is probably somewhere around here right now. Whoops, that is the wrong device. We're going to guess that the tracker, or that the cell is there and moving approximately 50 miles an hour. You can see if it maintains intensity, New Virginia is in the bullseye for this right now. Indianola, 22 minutes. Spring Hill, 24. Greenbush, 24. Somerset, Scotts Ridge in about a half an hour. If it holds intensity, a little more than a half hour to the Des Moines area. You'll have to watch out for it there. But here's the thing. These storms are pulsing, and I'm going to show you what I mean. Let's go ahead and take the scan back. You can see there how quickly, I'm going to show you, actually, we're going to get, oops, that is not what I wanted to do. Let's get off this, and we'll go to the Knoxville storm. This has never had a warning on it, but it did produce 1-inch hail. And if we take the radar back, you can see how it kind of pulses up and then collapses there, where there's not much of a severe thunderstorm left on that, just briefly producing some large hail just south of the Knoxville area. So let's go ahead and bring that back now. We're going to look at our warning here again. New Virginia is expected to see this in just minutes. This storm is moving rapidly to the north. Osceola likely experiencing hail right now as the storm moves to the north-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So we're going to be monitoring the feeds on this and see if we do get any additional warnings and any new information on this storm. This is a heavily populated area. Hundreds of thousands of people, especially as you get closer to Des Moines, are under this severe thunderstorm warning. So if you have a place to shelter your cars, or you have any hail-sensitive items in your yard, you need to get them to shelter right now. You need to get them protected, a garage or anything else, because 1-inch hail can dent cars, it can damage windshields, it can damage just about anything. So, and we could see hail upwards to 2 inches, and that would cause some serious problems, especially for automobiles that are caught out in it. Again, right now, this severe thunderstorm warning cell is likely beginning to exit the Osceola area. As you can see, moving quickly to the north-northeast. New Virginia is next. Indianola, be prepared. Hopefully the storm will begin to lose its intensity, but we have to prepare that it may not. These are pulse storms. These are elevated. We don't expect tornadoes. There could be some strong winds with these associated as well. We've already had strong winds all day today across much of Iowa. So gusts reaching 70 miles an hour, not out of the question with these storms. I'm going to go ahead and take the scan back here a little bit because you can see the overall intensity of the storm. You see here it just pulses. It builds and builds, and then as we see the new scans there, you see actually a better organized hail core in this. We're going to go ahead and stretch this back. And so you can see likely between the New Virginia and Osceola area right now, there could be a hail core in here right along I-35. That is terrible news at 4:20 in the afternoon. A lot of traffic on I-35 could be driving right into this hail, really endangering any cars and windshields that are caught in its path. No reports of hail. We're going to keep an eye on that for you as well. It's really going to come down to whether or not we're going to see hail fall from these if they fall in populated areas. Right now, the storm is over Interstate 35, maybe not the most populated area, but a very heavily traffic area. So if there's any hail in this core of this cell right now, it will be reported almost certainly along I-35. Again, the only hail report we've received so far in Iowa came from just south of Knoxville about 20 minutes ago. This was a storm that's already pushed well to the northeast and has already weakened considerably, but briefly producing 1-inch hail just south of Knoxville, between Knoxville and Melcher, Dallas. Right now, the focus is on this severe thunderstorm warned storm that is in just crossing out of Osceola, moving into the New Virginia area, and then heading towards Indianola, which we'll have to be on the lookout for that. So that is the main cell. We are monitoring several other cells moving through the area already through much of this severe thunderstorm watch area. Why did the watch not get posted further to the north? Well, this storm may be the answer to that question, because once it passed Knoxville, it quickly decreased in intensity. And that's something that we've seen much of the day in a lot of the showers that we saw this morning, the showers and thunderstorms. As they moved further into east and northern Iowa, they really fell apart. And just the dynamics are just not there for it. That could change later this evening as the dynamics of the entire storm system move further and further to the north. I want to show you what we're dealing with tonight. Obviously, we're focused on Iowa, but you can see that this is a very large system. Tornado watches stretching from Texas all the way up to Nebraska. Several thunderstorm warnings, several large hail reports around Wichita Falls, as well as east of Oklahoma City. A lot of hail in the Tulsa area. Likely a lot of damage there, nearly 2-inch diameter hail just south of the Tulsa metro, and still some very strong storms in that area. Kansas City also getting pounded. They're now under a flash flood warning as well. 3 to 5 inches of rain is expected to fall across much of Missouri. We could see upwards of 2+ inches of rain in many parts of Iowa over the next couple of days. Also large hail reported in these severe thunderstorms in eastern Nebraska. So a lot of people facing a threat. While tornadic threat is likely going to be contained to our south and west, right now the main threat in Iowa is the large hail. We're going to go ahead and switch back to the local radar now to give you a better look at that storm. That is not the local radar. This is the local radar. There we go. Again, no new reports coming in just yet on the severe thunderstorm warned cell that is passing, just beginning to exit the I-35 area. Hopefully no major damage along the interstate there. It is obviously one of the busiest roads in the state, not a place you want to see a lot of cars traveling at high speed during a hailstorm. The storm now really getting into New Virginia. If there is any hail in that, that is our area of concern. Going to switch over real quick to the Ville here. And you can see not any significant hail cores being reported. Now this scan is actually about 8 minutes old. The hail scans generally do fall behind. We actually have more pronounced hail cores right now in the Martinsdale and Norwalk area, northwest of Indianola. So it's possible that would precipitate a warning for much of the Des Moines metro area if the Weather Service sees any other concerning signs from that. So a good-sized hail core now taking shape near Norwalk, just south of Des Moines. Again, this scan is 8 minutes old, so this could be hail entering the greater Des Moines metro area, especially Avon Lake, Lakewood, and then heading into Des Moines around the Riverwoods, Indianola Hill, Somerset areas. Pleasant Hill would be next in line for that if it holds its intensity. We'll go ahead and switch back to the reflectivity here. I forgot to set up my shortcuts, so it's taking me a little longer to do that. Go ahead and get that set up. There we go. No official hail reports from the severe thunderstorm warning storm. It looks like they've gone ahead and trimmed Osceola out of this. As of 1 minute ago, the severe thunderstorm was located near St. Mary's, still moving to the northeast, really, at 50 miles an hour. Quarter-sized hail is possible with this storm. Damage to vehicles in this area should be expected. So if you are in line for this storm, over a 20-mile stretch of I-35 here between New Virginia and Norwalk, you're going to want to get your cars to a safe place as soon as possible if you want to avoid any body damage or glass damage. Indianola, also, if you're in that area, you need to get your cars to a safe space if you want to ensure that they don't face any danger of getting dinged up. But again, we also are monitoring this cell that's now heading into the Des Moines metro, which was showing some interesting signs of potential hail. And we do have an updated scan. Yeah, you can see a hail core here east of New Virginia. This was as of about 5 minutes ago. And a very significant hail core here heading into the Des Moines metro. I imagine it's possible we could see a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of the metro area here shortly. Something that we're going to be keeping a close watch for as we move through this event. Let's go ahead and go back to the radar here on Des Moines. A very messy situation here. These are just kind of clumped together elevated storms. These are not exactly the strongest, say, supercells. So the risk of seeing any potential tornadoes or widespread wind events doesn't appear likely. We could still see some damaging wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour from these storms as they continue to move to the northeast. Right now at a good clip of about 50 miles per hour. We are certainly not alone. You see all of the thunderstorm warnings blanketing the greater Kansas City area where they've had a major outbreak of hail. Looks like here, my goodness, 2.5-inch diameter hail just northeast of Kansas City. That is massive. I guarantee you that people in this area of Kearney have seen significant damage from 2.5-inch hail. So again, right now, the main threat here in Iowa is that large hail. No hail reports from our severe thunderstorm warning cell right now. I'm going to check the latest here from the feeds. Do not see anything updated. We did get a report of non-severe sized hail, nickel-sized hail. That came in just about 5 minutes ago west of New Virginia. That was the area where the strongest cell had just passed through. So we may or may not actually see that pop up because that's not a severe hail report. So that may not come in on the feed here on the radar. Again, we're looking at extremely heavy rains also possible for extreme southern Iowa overnight. Could see 1 to 2 inch hourly totals, 3 to 5 inch short-term totals. So we will be on the lookout for potential flash flooding, especially here in the Centerville area. Kind of the southern two tiers of Iowa, as these storms continue to develop and kind of coalesce into a moderately severe to non-severe blob of heavy rain as we move into the evening and overnight hours. Again, right now, the only severe thunderstorm right now is here covering the Indianola area as well as other portions of Clark, Madison, and Warren counties until 4:45, so about another 15 minutes. No other new hail reports coming in, so we're going to go ahead and take a break, but we will leave the radar up for you and provide you any updates as soon as they come in. And hello again. Just as we were anticipating that hail core we saw heading into the Des Moines metro area, there we have the new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for virtually the entire Des Moines metro area. Let's go ahead. I'm going to switch this over to the Ville right now to see. Yeah, actually, we see that hail core kind of collapsing again, but we see a new one building on the southeastern edge of that severe thunderstorm, likely heading towards the Carlisle, Avon area, as well as Pleasant Hill and southeastern portions of the Des Moines metro. Let's switch back to reflectivity here. You can see just the messy complex of thunderstorms we're dealing with here as these warnings are being issued. Let's back up here and give you a full picture. We have a large area of thunderstorms popping up. You can't see it because we're looking at the Des Moines radar, but from Nebraska all the way down to Texas. In our area, the tornado threat very low. These are very elevated storms, very messy in organization, but their elevation and the winds out there are precipitating this large hail threat, at least through the afternoon into early evening hours. Severe thunderstorm watch you see here in red is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. We have not received an official report of any hail, but these hail cores have been passing across Interstate 35. They're now entering some of the most densely populated areas of Iowa. If there is hail anywhere in this storm system following, it's all but guaranteed somebody is going to see it. So we're awaiting to see some new reports on this, whether or not anyone is seeing that hail. We did just get a new report. Oh, goodness. This is a delayed report from a half hour ago. Golf ball sized hail fell in Osceola. Now, that was where this severe thunderstorm warning was issued earlier when it was passing over Osceola. Golf ball sized hail. This was 4 miles south of Osceola. We'll probably see that report pop up shortly. That would be close to Interstate 35. That could certainly have done some significant damage to cars and structures in that area. But golf ball sized hail reported in Osceola, or just south of Osceola, about a half hour ago. Right now, the main hail core on this most impactful storm we're tracking is east of the Norwalk area, getting very close to Carlisle. In fact, it likely is over Avon or Carlisle right now, because these Ville images that try and detect hail cores take a little bit longer to process. So this image is about 6 minutes old right now. And if we go back to reflectivity, you can see this scan is about 1 minute old. So we are trying to get the best information, but because of that delay in those scans with the dual pole NEXRADs, basically ground truth is going to be what's most important here. A very large area of intense rain now falling over much of the Des Moines metro, including the downtown area, the Capitol complex, and the like. Pleasant Hill, Avon, Carlisle, southeastern metro, probably under the greatest threat right now for large hail. But even though that's where we're seeing the core right now, the problem is we've seen other hail cores throughout this area. These are elevated storms. They kind of build up a hail core and then they kind of collapse on themselves. So they're really pulsing storms causing these problems. These hail cores will pop up quickly and then almost instantly fade away. So right now, the main concern is going to be the larger Des Moines metro area, including Pleasant Hill, Avon, and Carlisle. That's where we're looking right now. Switch back over to reflectivity. You can see the mess it's causing as we're heading into the afternoon commuting time in, again, the most densely populated part of the state of Iowa. Heavy rain, reduced visibility, reduced traction on the roads. That's going to be a real problem for people driving in and around the Des Moines area. These storms are moving to the north-northeast. You see kind of the track here on the warning polygons at about 50 miles per hour. Let's see if they updated that here for Polk County. Still moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. So these storms are very fast moving, quickly producing hail cores and dropping large hail. The only hope is because of that kind of pulsing nature that these large hailstones falling hopefully are not falling for a long period of time and not falling over a large area at one time. But again, if you get under one of these hail cores, any sensitive objects outside, including vehicles, could face significant damage. And if there's any hail falling in this area, that is just about the worst place in Iowa for it to fall, as it is capable of doing a lot of damage in one of the most densely populated parts of the state. Let's back out here now, take a wider view. You can see we still have severe thunderstorms all over Kansas City. There's a flash flood warning now for the Kansas City metro. Several inches of rain has already fallen and more is expected. Large hail all over the metro, probably causing massive amount of damage. Also, some strong winds reported in the Kansas City area, upwards of 70 miles per hour, as well as looks like some wind damage causing some major power outages in that area as well. To our west, more storms developing west of Omaha. These have produced some tornado warnings, but right now just severe thunderstorm warnings and many reports of strong winds and very large hail as well. We're also seeing the continued development of just some scattered thunderstorms throughout southern Iowa, making their way up into eastern Iowa now. Again, none of these are severe right now, and we're not seeing an extension of this watch. That may or may not have to change depending on this very intense cell now moving through parts of the Des Moines metro area, very close to Altoona right now. Potential hail right here. And again, look at all these interstates. You've got 80, you've got 35, you've got 235. You've also got Highway 163 running through here, Highway 28, Highway 65. There is a lot of cars in this area right now. So there could be the potential of a lot of traffic issues, a lot of damage, not only to homes and structures, but also to vehicles out on the road right now. We've been scanning the feeds for any reports of any other hail. We do have a report just coming in a few minutes ago of 1 inch sized hail. That's about the size of a quarter coin. That was reported 1 mile south of Des Moines. This was right around the West Des Moines area. So right around here, right at this I-35 juncture with Highway 28, 1 inch hail was reported. Oh, there it is, just popping up there on the screen, 1 mile south of West Des Moines. It was, you can see it right here, a little further north of that junction, just east of I-35. But again, 1 inch hail can do a lot of damage in a place like that. And now it is passing over much more densely populated areas. A lot of cars again. This is the 80, 235, 35 interchange. We've also got Highway 65 is another 4-lane road. Bondurant, Altoona, Pleasant Hill, likely seeing some very strong rain and possibly some large hail as well right now in association with this storm. So obviously a significant event. May not be that significant on the severe scale, but because of where it's passing over, this storm certainly could be producing some significant damage in the Des Moines metro area right now. Let's go ahead and zoom out. We're going to take a closer look at what else is happening out there. We'll take a look here at the Des Moines radar. You see all these isolated storms out here, not expected to be producing any severe weather, but we're seeing these storms pulse over and over again. Let's go ahead and run a loop back on this. I'm just going to scroll it back, and you can see just kind of the messy nature. Not a lot of organization with these storms. And, you know, you go back about a half hour, there's nothing here. Okay, nothing here by Winterset. And in the last 30 to 40 minutes, that is now the cell that is producing large hail in the Des Moines metro area. So very quick development, very fast moving storms, and then kind of generally pulsing out and collapsing. We're going to see what this one does now that it's exiting the watch area. We may see an extension, but so far, as these storms have kind of gone north of Interstate 80, they've really fallen apart, which is also what we've seen throughout much of the day, with showers and thunderstorms moving from west to east here in Iowa, and really kind of falling apart the further north and east in the state that they get, just kind of running out of the energy that they've been tapping into. Strong winds across the state today. Here in Marion, we've seen extremely strong wind gusts. I've got a handful of branches down in my yard. I've been out kind of battening down the hatches. The tornado threat here in Iowa, extremely low tonight. That is going to be reserved for, well, if you take a look, we have tornado watches from Texas all the way up to Nebraska. We're seeing tornado warnings now. This is in the Ardmore and Colgate area of, I believe this is right on the Oklahoma-Texas border. We've got some tornado warnings there. The only other tornado warning in effect just issued for this supercell near Columbus, Nebraska. And if you know anybody living over there, we'll go ahead and take a look. You can see kind of that notch there right along Highway 30 in Nebraska that's raising some concern. We'll take a quick look at the velocity on it. And yeah, very tight rotation just southeast of Richland, heading for Highway 30 near Schulier. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct, in Nebraska. This is in eastern Nebraska. Go ahead and check the correlation coefficient. A little muddled, so not really able to tell if this is debris that it's detecting. But this is the area that would certainly be happening. Again, this scan is 3 minutes old. Some very tight circulation here. So between Richland and Schuyler, this is where we see the potential of seeing a tornado on the ground right now. Again, that is in Nebraska, though. Let's go ahead and back out. We'll head back to Iowa now. You can see that we have the one severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the Des Moines metro area, although much of the metro now in the clear as it has moved north of Altoona and is heading to the north to Story, Jasper, and Marshall counties. Alrighty, let's do a reset here. We'll go ahead and scan back out, back to the Des Moines radar now. Still very scattered. Even the storm now over the extremely close to the radar right now, which could make scanning some of the more elevated parts of the storm a little difficult. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Ville again here. Yeah, you're not going to really get a good reading from that in the upper ends because of that proximity to the radar. We see another hail core starting to develop southeast of Creston, however. That will certainly bear some watching. These have been prolific hail producers, but they don't produce it for long. Once they produce that large hail, you see the report near Knoxville, the report near West Des Moines. These cells have kind of lost their intensity as kind of that collapsing nature often is what brings down some of that large hail. But still, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Could still be some large hail in that cell that we're watching right now over the Ankeny, Altoona, Des Moines area, moving essentially right along Highway 65 and could be impacting Marshalltown if it holds that intensity together. So that is what we're monitoring right now. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. We'll be monitoring that as well. But we're not, let me see if we're getting some new information here from the Weather Service. Certainly some hail reports would be coming in at some point here. We do have, this is not severe, but we do have a penny-sized hail report 2 miles north of Des Moines. I don't believe that will be showing up on the radar as that is below severe criteria. But we did get a penny-sized report from the public a short time ago. Don't see any others. We did get that 1-inch hail report near West Des Moines, but not a whole lot else right now. This may be that penny-sized hail report, which somebody has sent in. Let me see if I can pull it up for you here. So this was just coming in on Twitter of some of that small hail. This was captured by somebody who tweeted it to the weather chat from downtown Des Moines near Southeast 6th and MLK. I believe that's somewhat close to the Science Center and Principal Field. Apologies if I'm not getting my geography correct in Des Moines. I used to live there, but that was quite a while ago. So some small hail, not too strong or severe, falling in that area. We're going to come back out here now, take a look at the latest from the radar. No other reports coming in that I'm able to find. The best way to share your reports is in our chat. Also, if you use Twitter, the best way to relay information to the National Weather Service, use the hashtag IAWX. That goes out to the Weather Service, monitors that, media monitors that, and provide a location and a time and a size. Or if you have pictures, even better. Pictures, always better. Now, we mentioned earlier getting some reports of pea-sized hail, other non-severe hailstones falling in the Des Moines metro area. Jason at KCCI just posted an interesting shot. We'll try and get that up for you here. Um, this came in from a KCCI viewer, Sarah Rutherford, in Osceola. Take a look at that. That is some large hail. This is where I believe we got a report of ping pong sized hail. And I'd say that certainly ping pong size, if not a little bigger. This was in the Osceola area moments ago, according to Jason. So we may have a new hail core to be watching out for. Let's take a look here. Don't see anything. May just be from the cell that passed through there. There was a warned storm, and that's where we did get the report of 1 3/4 inch hail, about ping pong sized hail just south of Osceola. Obviously, if that size hail fell in Osceola, much greater risk that it did some significant damage in that area. Certainly not what you want to see right now. Again, right now, the only warning in effect in the state of Iowa continues to be in the Des Moines metro, greater Des Moines metro area, including Altoona, just east of the radar site in Pleasant Hill or Polk City. The cell does appear to be losing its intensity, as we've seen all these cells, the further north and east they go. We're just not seeing them hold together. So we'll be back into the severe thunderstorm watch area here, looking particularly at this cell just south of Afton, southeast of Creston. That certainly has the potential of producing hail. But again, if we put an animation on this, you can see just kind of the pulsing nature of these storms, and seemingly, at least for now, the further north they get, the quicker they lose their intensity. We're also seeing storms further to the south also losing some of their intensity as well. But we're also seeing additional development down here. You see, look at all of these severe thunderstorm warnings between Des Moines and Kansas City right now. We'll go ahead and stop this and switch over to the Kansas City radar. And you can see what a mess it is down there. Extremely heavy rain inundating the Kansas City metro after being pummeled with 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and hailstones upwards of 2 inches in diameter. So a very serious situation playing out right now in the Kansas City metro. We do expect, however, more showers and thunderstorms, some strong, some severe, to continue developing this evening throughout Iowa. And the threat for primarily large hail and some wind gusts does still remain. The severe thunderstorm watch you see here for southern Iowa remains in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Southwest Iowa remains under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. We do have a tornado warned storm producing a possible tornado just east of Columbus in Nebraska. And we are monitoring hail producing storms here in south central Iowa, as we've seen scattered reports of storms that have produced large hail and then have quickly lost their intensity. Again, these are very elevated storms. These are not like the stronger surface-based storms to our south and west that are considered to be capable of producing tornadoes over the next few hours. But we do still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for much of the Des Moines metro area. That goes until 5 o'clock, so about another 7 minutes from now. That severe thunderstorm warning will be allowed to expire, I imagine. If we do continue to get hail reports, we could see an extension upwards between Ames and Marshalltown, but that remains to be seen. We have not seen any of these cells hold their intensity for longer than maybe 30 or 40 minutes before they collapse, but new storms continually develop. Right now, I would say, but other than the storm now east of Ankeny, we're monitoring this storm near Creston and Afton for potential severe development. Our radar image here is just a couple of minutes old, so Afton certainly could be seeing something right now, but a very small cell there. And we will see what the Weather Service does. You see more of those 1 inch reports now coming in 1 mile north of Norwalk. They had 1 inch diameter hail reported by the public. This happened about 25 minutes ago. And then earlier we had the report around that same time of 1 inch hail in just south of West Des Moines. So if this was a larger area of hail falling at the same time, a little bit more of a populated area, especially if that hail was falling into the West Des Moines area here, Valley Junction, as well as southwestern portions of the Des Moines metro area, including Grays Lake. And then, of course, the airport is out here as well. So something that we'll be monitoring as we continue through the evening hours in terms of the amount of damage that was produced by these storms. Again, not the strongest of storms, but you don't have to be that strong when you're moving through one of the most populated parts of the state. And unfortunately, that's going to happen. Some more non-severe hail reports coming in now, northwest of Ankeny. That happened about 10 minutes ago. That's the latest report we're seeing right now. We're also seeing some east-southeast of Altoona, just under severe limits. Nickel-sized hail reported near Altoona. Another one of the new reports. More people sending photos into KCCI of some significant ping pong and larger sized hail in Osceola. So Osceola, if you know anybody there, or if you happen to live in that area, if you're aware of any damage, let us know, please. We'd like to hear from you, as it appears that the metro area of Des Moines may have been spared the worst of this, but Osceola may have likely seen some pretty widespread damage if that hail was falling in the town. We'll, of course, be monitoring the feeds for any updates on that. We do have the strongest core of this storm right over County Highway S14, just west of Highway 65, northeast of Ankeny. This has had a history of producing some large hail as it passed through the West Des Moines and Norwalk areas. It is now beginning to exit the severe thunderstorm warning. Not sure what the National Weather Service plans to do, but we should get that answer shortly, as this severe thunderstorm warning is now set to expire in just about 4 minutes, as it is now moving out of the Des Moines metro area. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Jasper and Polk counties until 5 o'clock tonight. We continue to see just elevated storms popping up just about all over south central Iowa. And there's your answer from the National Weather Service. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This is going to go for, again, large hail. This will include northeastern Polk County, eastern Story County, west central Marshall County, northwestern Jasper County, and this will run until 5:30 this evening. Storms appear to be slowing down, now moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. You see the map there updating with the new warning. 4:55, severe thunderstorm was located near Elkhart, or 9 miles northeast of Ankeny, again moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Large hail will damage any sensitive objects outside. It will damage cars. We should see that new warning here across the feed there on the bottom of your screen. Yes, we do. Jasper, Marshall, Polk, and Story County until 5:30 this evening. A little bit of re-strengthening in that cell there, as it's now pushing into Story County and later portions of Jasper County. People traveling along Highway 30 between Ames and Marshalltown, they will be in the direct path of the storm, likely within the next 10 to 15 minutes, as again, they're moving very quickly to the northeast. More hail reports continue to come in. The severe reports we see popping up on the map here, these number ones indicating 1-inch hail on the southwest side of the greater Des Moines metro, including West Des Moines and Norwalk. But at last report, just penny-sized hail being reported. That's not severe, but could cause some small damage in just west of Ankeny. This occurring about 10 minutes ago. This is very close to the National Weather Service radar you see right here. So some small hail falling here, likely leading the Weather Service to go ahead and issue this severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper, Story, and Marshall counties, as well as northeastern portions of Polk County. Maxwell, Nevada, Ziering State Center, you are under the greatest threat right now. But again, we're going to continue monitoring this because we keep having these cells kind of die off, pulse back up, die off, pulse back up, and that's why you're kind of seeing the hopscotch of hail reports as it's moving through the area. We're now about 2 counties deep out of the severe thunderstorm warning, but there is some realistic questions whether or not this is going to actually continue further north and east into Iowa. The National Weather Service has not provided any new updates on their current thinking. At last check, as of 3 o'clock, this part of Iowa where this warning is now in the marginal area. So the Weather Service, or excuse me, the Storm Prediction Center, still not expecting any widespread severe weather across much of Iowa tonight. There is, however, a greater concern over the next 36 to 72 hours of some very heavy rains over much of Iowa, 2 to 3, possibly higher amounts, inches of rain over much of the state. And we are not alone. As we showed you earlier, major situation in the Kansas City metro, flash flood warning now for the entire metro area. Warnings all over the place as strong thunderstorms produced hail and extremely heavy rains in that area. And that concern will continue tonight for much of southern Iowa, northern Missouri, where several inches of rain could fall into the overnight hours. Tornado watches remain in effect for portions of southwest Iowa, Nebraska, all the way back down to Texas. There they've seen massive hail, nearly 3-inch hail in Texas reported, and this was on a highway, so probably some very significant damage there. We do now have tornado warnings being issued in southeastern Oklahoma, as well as northeastern Oklahoma. We do have a tornado warning also in effect northwest of Lincoln. This is east of Columbus right now for a possible tornado in Omaha. No confirmed reports there yet, but also seeing extremely large hail there as well. Here in Iowa, the only warnings now outside of the severe thunderstorm watch. Now, that does not mean that the threat is over in the watch area, as more storms are going to continue to develop, continue to push through the area, as these strong winds are really allowing these storms to bounce those hailstones around as they're developing and pulsing up. And then as they're kind of collapsing, they're bringing these large hailstones down to the ground. So we'll continue to monitor that here. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until, is it 6 o'clock or 5:45? 5:30, way off. For this fast-moving storm, now in the Maxwell area, capable of producing large hail near Maxwell, also heading for Highway 30 between Nevada and State Center. Zeering also under threat from this as well. If we zoom in, Colo, Collins, St. Anthony, McCallsburg, also in the severe thunderstorm warning, running parallel to Highway 330 and likely to impact, again, Highway 30 between Ames and State Center. Right now, Marshalltown appears to be avoiding this, but again, anyone near any of these storms needs to be prepared because they kind of pulse up and then they kind of pulse back down. And we're seeing that cyclical evolution as we're seeing this one cell that has managed to maintain general strength for about an hour now since it developed just southwest of Des Moines and is now pushing to the northeast. So that is the only warning in the state of Iowa right now, but dozens of warnings, in fact, 40 warnings are in effect right now from Iowa down to Texas. Also, further back in the storm system, you see large hail reports coming in western Kansas and eastern Colorado. So a very large storm system that's actually going to be impacting the greater central United States for the next couple of days. We don't expect large severe weather outbreaks here in Iowa, as we expect much of that to remain to our south. But as you can see, we've seen significant hail reports now as these pulse storms have pushed along I-35, likely a lot of damaged cars near and in Osceola, where some ping-pong-sized and larger hail fell earlier this afternoon. Several 1-inch hail reports in the greater Des Moines metro area, smaller hail reports in the Des Moines downtown district, and now we have our strongest cell right now in the Maxwell area heading to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Nevada, Colo, State Center. If you know anyone traveling along Highway 30 in this area, it might be a good idea to pull over and seek some shelter if you want to avoid any dents and dings and possibly cracked windshields, as the storm does have a history and remains capable of producing large, damaging hail. Again, the tornado risk for Iowa, very, very small, highly unlikely tonight. The dynamics simply are not there. Much more likely we see tornado warnings again in Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas. That is where the thrust of the energy is tonight. And we just seem to be getting some of these pulse storms fueled by the winds out there today and tonight that are tapping into the cold air aloft and producing some pretty large hail. Let's take a look at our feeds here and see if we're getting any more information coming in. Not a lot of reports coming in. We're starting to move out of the more populated areas. Last report was penny to dime-sized hail west of Ankeny. That was about 15 minutes ago. Another report of penny-sized hail near Ankeny. And a report of nickel-sized hail near Altoona. Again, all of these are smaller than severe criteria, but still worth mentioning, as these are prolific hail producers that are producing some significant hailstones in parts of the state. Osceola appears to have experienced a pretty significant hailstorm there. Waiting to hear how significant the damage is to that community and the area. That is right along I-35. So obviously, any hail falling along I-35 would be a significant hazard for people traveling in that area. Right now, though, we do see some intensification on the latest scan here, still right around Maxwell. Scan just about 2 minutes old, as we're getting as close to real-time updates as you can get from NextRed right now. But you can see the intensity of that cell as it is now over the Maxwell area, east of Interstate 35, moving to the northeast towards Nevada, Colo, and State Center at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So Highway 30 is about to get smacked by this cell that has a history of producing large hail. And already not a good situation out there, especially for high-profile vehicles, as the winds have been pretty intense at times across the state today. So we'll be monitoring this as it passes over. Ames appears to be in the clear. They are not in this warning, as well as Marshalltown. You are not in this warning. But we do continue to watch other cells. It just is a mess, the collection of storms. I'm going to put this in motion for you, roughly the last half hour or so. And you can see just kind of a garbled mess of cells developing, falling apart, developing again, falling apart again, and just kind of meandering all over the place. Some of them kind of jutting to the east, most of them moving to the northeast. But we're now well out of the severe thunderstorm watch area. I presume that we are not seeing any kind of new watch being issued, because there's an expectation that these cells are not going to hold this intensity. Also, if they expect this to be the only cell outside of that watch, they may find it not worth it to issue a 4 to 6 hour watch for several counties. Again, we see a lot more development to our south, a lot of rain expected to fall, especially across the southern half of Iowa tonight. But most of the state expected to see some significant rainfall over the next 48 hours, upwards of 1 to maybe even 4 inches, with the highest totals expected in southern Iowa over, again, the next 48 hours. We do still have other storms developing. I'm going to switch over to Omaha here real quickly. And you can see this new cell developing in southeastern Nebraska, near the northwestern Missouri border, kind of near the tri-state area. These are more rooted storms that have the capability of producing tornadoes as well as large hail. This one already producing large hail. So for parts of the state, we could see round after round of these as we move into the evening and overnight hours. Now, again, the tornado threat for Iowa extremely low, with the exception of southwest Iowa, where we could see some better dynamics there. But right now, the main threat continues to be the threat for large hail and heavy rains producing potential flash flooding in parts of Iowa. Again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Polk, Story, and Jasper counties, as well as west central Marshall County, for a storm now located over Maxwell, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This storm has a history of producing ping-pong-sized hail and still has the capability, as it is now passing over the Highway 30 area between Nevada and Colo. So this is the area we're going to be monitoring for any significant hail that could produce some significant damage. Again, this is a much less populated area than the metro Des Moines area it just passed through, but another high traffic area that certainly could have the potential of seeing significant hail falling as motorists are traveling along Highway 30. Again, if you have any questions about tonight's threat and what we expect to see throughout the late afternoon and evening and into the overnight hours as well, feel free to ask a question in the chat, and we'll do our best to answer it for you. Again, a major cluster, I believe this is a new report, 2-inch report confirmed now. This was from some of the hail we showed you earlier that was relayed by viewers of KCCI. Sent pictures in of some large 2-inch diameter hail that fell in Osceola earlier this afternoon, roughly an hour ago. No reports yet on any damage in Osceola, but it's a safe bet that there are plenty of dinged up cars and other objects in Osceola right now that likely caused an immense amount of damage. I'm sure we'll hear about that in the days ahead. But again, right now, the only warning still in effect is the severe thunderstorm warning for Polk, Jasper, Marshall, and Story counties. Right now, any potential hail that's falling is likely falling right along Highway 30 in between Nevada and Colo. Nevada is on the western edge of this core that we're seeing. Iowa Center may also be seeing hail on County Highway S27. And then as you see the new scan coming in, yep, right over Highway 30. Right over Highway 30 between Nevada, Fernald, and Colo. Highway 30, County Highway E41, S27, and next Highway 65 could be experiencing some large hail. If the hail is falling, that is likely where it is right now. This is the hail scan, known as the vertically integrated liquid, and unfortunately it is very behind. This is actually from about 14 minutes ago, showing a large hail core near Maxwell. And no reports of hail there yet. We'll certainly be watching out for that. But reflectivity, this scan is just about 1 minute old. So if there is a hail core, it's right there. Highway 30, passing over right now and heading to the northeast. Actually still moving quickly enough. This warning expires in 20 minutes. And if this cell continues to maintain its intensity, we're going to see more warnings issued upwards Highway 65 and beginning to close in on Highway 20 in northern Iowa. But we're not seeing the severe thunderstorm watch get extended into more of the state. And the main reason for that is, frankly, this is the only game in town right now. And not sure it's worth issuing a large thunderstorm watch when you've only got one cell producing hail and really no other cells right now even showing any sign of intensifying right now. This appears to be kind of the cell on its own right now, isolated in nature now. That could be both. That could be some bad news, especially for those that are near that cell. So we'll continue to monitor this and await any reports on damage, which undoubtedly has happened in the Osceola area today. Oh my goodness, KCCI getting a lot of reports. We now have a report of extremely large hail. I'd say nearing baseball size. This fell about an hour ago in Grand River. If we come down here, we'll probably see that pop up on the radar here shortly. Grand River, I don't believe there was ever a warning for Grand River at that time, but this would have been about an hour, maybe a little more than an hour ago, when an intense cell, as it was crossing from Missouri, Grand River, which is north of Lamoni, experienced large hail upwards of near baseball size, to be honest. So that is certainly something to watch out for. Again, though, that cell has already weakened, and the only one we have right now, right over Highway 30, probably now just passing over the highway between Nevada and Colo. Colo may be experiencing hail from this as well. But again, more and more large hail reports coming in from across south central Iowa. And now we have a report of egg-sized hail, which fell earlier in Osceola. No reports on any potential damage, but I guarantee you egg-sized hail is going to produce some kind of damage in that area. But right now, again, the only warning is for the severe thunderstorm warned cell between Ames and Marshalltown, right over the Nevada and Colo areas, Highway 30, likely getting pummeled right now as well, as we await a new scan on this cell. There you see the new scan coming in, as the brunt of it now moving towards the Fernald area and heading towards McCallsburg, Ziering, and possibly St. Anthony as well, as it is now beginning to move out of the warned area. Based on the intensity of this cell right now, I would not be surprised if they extend this warning. But right now they have shrunk that area, now only including Marshall and Story counties. Last report was 5 miles east of Nevada, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. No confirmed hail, but damage to vehicles should be expected in the warned area. out of an abundance of caution, obviously. And then we're going to, once this cell hopefully weakens sometime soon, we're going to likely take a break here and see what comes our way next, as we do have a large, switch over here to the national radar scan. You can see a large area of severe thunderstorms all streaming to the northeast. And while the severe threat is pretty low for Iowa, obviously we're seeing a lot of hail reports, unfortunately, in some densely populated areas. But we're also expecting a significant threat of heavy rain tonight, which could produce flash flooding. Flash flood warnings all over the greater Kansas City area, as they have just been getting pounded with heavy rain this afternoon, as well as some winds upwards of 70 miles an hour and some very large hail as well. We'll go ahead and switch back to the local radar here. There you can see our severe thunderstorms still quite prolific northeast of Nevada. I'm going to go ahead and take a look and see what the lightning is doing here. We're seeing a decent amount of cloud to ground lightning. This is just over a 15-minute period, these little plus signs you see. Make sure I've got that set up correctly here. Yeah, so a decent amount of lightning falling over that area. But again, that is the only cell that we're seeing right now capable of producing a severe thunderstorm warning and capable of producing right now any large hail. Again, in Iowa, we do still have a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock. But again, these storms are just not holding their own as they're continuing through the area. We will be watching to see, as these severe thunderstorms further to the south in Kansas City, or northeast of Kansas City in northern Missouri, if these are able to hold their own. They don't look particularly strong on radar right now. It doesn't look like they're providing updates on this one, so I'm not sure if this one has expired or not. Again, this is in northern Missouri. But again, these are very fast-moving storms, moving 45 miles an hour to the northeast. Not particularly fast, but still certainly concerning. And they're also dealing with some very heavy rainfall down there as well. Again, we're really not seeing. Well, this radar is offline. We'll take a look at Omaha real quick. Omaha getting a better beat on things here on the situation north of Kansas City. You can see the intense storms that may have produced some circulation west of Fremont, east of Columbus in Nebraska. We also have this cluster of severe thunderstorms kind of exiting their warned areas in northern Missouri. We have not seen an extension of any of those warnings yet. We have a new line kind of tied to this one in Nebraska, stretching down past Lincoln and into Manhattan, Kansas. These are new thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes, have a history of producing large hail. So we'll switch over to Topeka here. You can see those just beginning to gain strength here. Those are storms that will ultimately move into Iowa. Not sure how severe they'll be, but again, we could see some very prolific rainfall as we move through the evening and into the overnight hours. So we're going to keep monitoring this. If we see a new warning issued as this storm continues to the north, we will pass it along to you, but we will of course leave the radar up And as new warnings are issued, you will see them right here. Well, just like that, we have our new severe thunderstorm warning. You see it flashing there. They are going to go ahead and extend this severe thunderstorm warning until, take a look here. New severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northeastern Story, northwestern Marshall, southeastern Hardin County until 5:45. The severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 5:45 for this cell. Now northwest of Colo, that has a history of producing large hail. You see the areas that are under the gun for this: Hubbard, New Providence, Union, Steamboat Rock, Eldora, Owasso. Again, heading into the Highway 20 corridor. So again, evening travel could be impacted. Highway 65 under the gun right now, just south of Zeering. Zeering also facing this. Anyone traveling along county highways E23, E18, S57, between St. Anthony and Zeering. That is where the strongest portion of this storm currently resides. But again, a new severe thunderstorm warning continuing to track along this one severe thunderstorm that has a history of producing large damaging hail, moving to the northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. We have not received any hail reports from this particular cell in quite a while, not since it left the Des Moines area. But again, the possibility remains that this could be producing some small to damaging large hail. So the new severe thunderstorm warning, again, in effect for just, well, now about 25 minutes until 5:45. And we will see if we get any more reports out of that. We're also continuing to watch the feeds for any updates on any potential damage or hail that fell earlier from these storms. Did get a report of pea to marble-sized hail sent into the National Weather Service east of Nevada, which this storm was a short time ago. East of Nevada, about 15 minutes ago, excuse me. Pea to marble-sized hail. Again, that's not severe. Likely wouldn't damage much, but still, hail being produced by this cell as it continues to move to the northeast. Heading into the Hubbard, Union, and Eldora areas. No other major reports. Again, we had a 2-inch hail report. That 2-inch hail report we mentioned near baseball-sized hail in Grand River. That fell about an hour and a half ago, just north of Lamoni. That was a delayed report. And that was the last report we received. Again, this particular storm system, no severe hail reports from it recently. We did just get a report. We do have a severe hail report, quarter-sized hail near Maxwell about 20 minutes ago. So that would be from this storm. There you see Maxwell. So this would be the most recent severe hail report. We'll probably see it pop up on the map here shortly of larger-sized hail in the Maxwell area. That is from this cell that is now approaching Zeering and along Highway 65 and expected to move to the northeast, possibly impacting communities including Hubbard, New Providence, Union, and Eldora. Again, we're getting plenty of hail reports. We're not getting a lot of reports of damage yet. I expect Osceola is an area we could see some damage having occurred from this cell. Let's see if we get a new scan here, how this looks. There you see the new scan coming in. The bulk of the storm now between St. Anthony and Zeering, right at the intersection of E18 and E23. County highways S57, D65, you're next, as well as the community of New Providence, possibly Hubbard and Union as well. New Providence probably facing the greatest likelihood of seeing some potentially damaging hail from this cell in the next few minutes. So we'll go ahead and zoom back in there so you can see that as the scans come in. Excuse me. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to share them in the chat. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. We don't expect a widespread event tonight, but we do expect to see some significant rainfall tonight. Obviously, thunderstorms may continue throughout the evening into the overnight hours over much of Iowa. Let's take a look here. We do have a new severe hail report from about a half hour ago of quarter-sized or 1-inch diameter hail near Bondurant. That's down here on the northeast side of the Des Moines metro area, north of Altoona. So a lot of 1-inch hail reports coming in around the greater Des Moines metro area. It sounds like smaller hail falling in the core of the city. But we had 1-inch hail reports near West Des Moines, near Norwalk, and then larger hail earlier this afternoon down in the, if I can pull it up here, I think I went too far. I did. We had much larger hail reports, I believe, in the Osceola and Grand River areas. This is where near baseball-sized hail was reported, especially in the Grand River area. Again, the potential does remain for primarily large hail and some strong winds. We see some intensifying cells now developing in far southern Iowa, west of Lamoni. We have more cells coming in from Missouri, but right now those do not appear to be severe. And then we could see the remnants of the strong and severe, and in some cases tornadic supercells that are now being popping up rather in Kansas and Nebraska as they move into Iowa. Obviously, the tornado threat extremely low. The dynamics just are not there, but we could still continue to see large hail, obviously some vivid lightning, cloud to ground lightning, strong wind gusts, and also we'll be monitoring that significant heavy rain threat for tonight across much of Iowa. We will continue to monitor the reports as they continue to come into the National Weather Service. Again, the last report about a half hour ago near Bondurant. The latest 1-inch hail report across the greater Des Moines metro area. But right now, the only warning in effect is for this cell that is exiting Story County and moving into portions of Hardin County. And that warning, as well as northwest Marshall County, that warning remains in effect for about another 20 minutes, 19 minutes. Until 5:45. Right now, it appears it is passing over Zeering, New Providence, next in line for this storm, followed by Eldora and Steamboat Rock. We'll continue to monitor for any additional updates across the area, and we will pop in to give you additional information if any new warnings or new information comes in. For now, we'll go ahead and keep the radar up so you can continue watching it as new scans come in. And if you have any questions, feel free to share them in the chat, and we'll be happy to answer for you right when we come back. All right, girl.